Hey, you guys. Good to see you. Hey, Solo. Hey, Suicide Shade. I think I saw Halo earlier. Yeah, for some reason, like, my chat refreshed, and I don't see everybody who was here, but I saw you! In, like, the memory of Twitch. Hair studies, yeah, so... I don't know what y'all expect. Yeah, HLZ Knives, good to see you. Soda Suffer. Halo, thank you so much for subscribing at tier 3. For the past 23 months, it means a lot. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know what I'm expecting for today's study. Yes, I do assure us there should probably be some suffering. I mean, if y'all aren't doing anything, then I'm expecting some homework. You know, you guys gotta submit something and we can review it. Please say Rhonda is doing some alpha male level shit, evil shit today. She probably is. She probably just like fired like half of the staff at like one of these like I don't know, undeservingly so, cutting corners. You'll do your homework? Okay. Ruthless capitalist. I would love to one day be able to like draw my like comic ideas with her. Do you have to bounce later, Solo? Oh, you're at work. Oh, I see. Let's see. We have the presence of Stickman. What's up? Hey, Iron Buns. Long time no see. I hope you're doing well. Hoping the kids don't come by you. Well, later it should be pretty tame. We're just gonna be doing a hair study, you know. But I was gonna let you guys see. This is where my Rebecca got to. So I finished my lines, which is like dope as shit because it's like my arm actually works again and it makes me want to cry. I'm so happy about it. You know, knock on wood too that it stays feeling good. It's a little sore, but I think it's just from physical therapy. But like, look at that. There's some lines. Like, damn. I did that, and it didn't take like I haven't been working on it like diligently, right? I hadn't just sat down and just just did it. It was like Pixie not thinking about other things working. Like this is how far we got, and I actually have like most of the flats done. We got the tattoos. We have the guns drawn in. I'm impressed. Arm pain? Thank God. It's looking fantastic. Thank you. Okay, Rebecca. Thank you. But yeah, I am happy with it. I have to figure out how to do the PK Dick tattoo. But yeah, I am content so far. Just gotta actually like just get her done, you know. At some point, I think I'm feeling like I can maybe actually go and finish my Jolene picture too, but not today. The what tattoo? It says PK Dick on it. Get her done. But yeah, also, for anybody who didn't know, today's stream is sponsored by DeviantArt. Seraph, good to see you. Oh, thank you, Halo. All right, but all right, y'all. So, like I said, I'm not entirely sure how this is gonna go, but I wrote down the things that I think are important in some good looking hair. Okay. I think when you look at a picture, what makes it stand out are on. And this is like, my opinion. Not sure if it'll jive with everybody. Was I even helpful with my suggestions? You were, Halo. I do want to post a template. So y'all don't have to. You guys don't have to draw like the bust, but I wanted to fix it up a little bit more than the one I have here. Hey, Willis Tony. You had no idea? It's good. No. As devil instead of detail. But I feel like, I'm trying to think, this was where I think I fucked up today. And I didn't grab us a bunch of references of like hairstyles, and I probably should do that. I probably should have done that. I think the thing is, hold on. I have a good reason, okay? I like had pictures, but I didn't want to link to them because I was like, I need to credit whoever picture I'm using as like an example so you guys can go check them out and like learn. So then I was like, no references. Not a great excuse, but that is the one I'm gonna go with. Oh man. I feel like my brain is just running blank as far as like hairstyles. Just to imagine. I know. I'm sorry. See, aren't you happy I forced you to make the announcements and now we're doing it? Yeah, but I also... Yes, I am happy about it. I was also like, I'll have y'all know. I definitely had a bit of like another mental break today, which was really fun. Loved that. Completely unrelated to streaming, just, existential and stuff. And I was like, but I want to stream. And so I'm like, well, I guess I'm going to stream anyway. And just, where Stickman's going to help me out because there's a lot of snot everywhere and tears. So I'm good. I'm feeling happy now. But I was like this close to just saying, y'all, I'll probably see you tomorrow. All right. Let's see. I'm trying to find a good picture from this artist because I was going to say JC Leyendecker. I feel like out of a lot of the artists you should be following, that's definitely one. He's, old and I think dead. Right? But the reason I mentioned that is he has some of the greatest, I think, usages of like convincing shape design, So like I'll just write that down so nobody forgets. Also, can you guys like see by me writing how short of like an attention span I have for like remembering letters? I can only remember like the next two. Then I gotta look again. But I would say, unfortunately, for actually these are like arrows. That was a conscious decision I had to make, Halo. I like remember I sat down with my grandpa and I just explained to him how I was reinventing my writing style. I was like, I like caps. So I do that sometimes. But I also do this. Anyway, I will say he's a good one to follow for the shape language. So for learning big, medium, small, which is just a general design principle, he's gonna be a good one. Let's see. We do a little Tracy poo. Hello again. Also, what a style, but shit. Trying to follow this dead boy. Let me find the grave. I'll get the shovel. Other people love languages. Artists have a shape language. That's a good point. Bikake, thank you so much for subscribing. I hope you're doing well today. But like, for real though, look at them fingies and tell me that you just didn't like lose it. They're so well done, y'all, right? Okay, I'm gonna butcher this, but I'm gonna try. I mean, they'll themselves some nice fingies, yeah. All right, so technically, you could break up the whole hair, right? You would say that that's your large. Can you guys see the blue easy, or is that difficult? I think it's not easy to say. Honey. So yeah, this would be a big shape here. Right? Big. I would say you could actually combine these, but I think they're two medium sizes. So, medium, small. And I think the big thing about like big, medium, small as like the principle of it is it's the ratio you want your details to be in, right? So beyond just shapes, right? Because I mean, you guys see what I did. Those aren't like attractive shapes that I just drew, but that's not the point. I think it's also for looking how you decide to clump up your shapes. And we can go find another picture. But I think big, medium, small, you apply that to your detail concentration. Okay? Y'all feel me on that? You're blessed today? Yes. Question, Professor Pixie. Can these shapes be applied to longer hair? Absolutely. I'll find us a good one for that. But I would just say yes. I feel like that would be a complaint of JC Leyendecker as like a reference, is I don't think he like ever draws a girl with like her hair down. All right, I'm gonna go look up Riot. We're gonna look up Riot. Open this image in a new tab. Oh, there we go. That is the lowest quality image I have ever seen. Hold on. I'm trying to just pull up like that. There we go. That one will work. All right, all right, all right. All right, so this one isn't a girl with her hair down, but it is long hair, but I think it also does apply, and I'll show you. I mean, so first off, right, as a whole, right, this is the big shape. There's a lot of like big, medium, small within that, I think, but as the hairstyle, that is our big shape, right? I'm a little unsure here which one we would want to say, like, is this the small? Maybe. Is that medium? Maybe. But maybe this is medium and this is small. Right? Is her hair down? You ready? Pixie is currently bald. Yes. Sonic? Yes. Can I get a beef fry, please? Is that weird? Medium on the blonde. Yes, so I would say that's another way of looking at that. But in addition, if we're gonna now try and look at like detail, there's a principle kind of that you lose detail in shadows. And I think this also needs to be applied to, well, everything, but at the same time, you can show this just in hair. Like, you can kind of see like in, there's not as much visual information in these dark spots, right? It's just kind of solid colors, right? I mean, there's a gradient here, but they're not sitting there drawing in every brush stroke because it's not important. Right? But what if I like the shadows? Well, then switch it and have all of the details be in the shadows and then have your lights be the areas that are washed out. It can be applied in both ways. Like, I've heard it described when you are in a cave or like in a tunnel, right? You can see everything clearly in the tunnel, but when you walk into the light, you're like blinded for a second. It's kind of the same thing. It's like if you've been in the light and then you go into the dark, you now can't see stuff. So you kind of try and apply some of that logic into your picture. So if your character is mostly in light, it'll be the lit spots that have like the detail. If your character's under an umbrella in the shadows, it's gonna be the light spots that are washed out. So apply it in either scenario, I would say. But you can see they have like the concentration of like hair like strokes here in the light where you can actually like see them. There's still a lot of just like big patches, but you even get these like these PC stringy bits, and like it's like that's a PC stringy bit, right, in the light. In the shadow, they're not sitting there adding a bunch of details that we're not going to even see, you know? Like here, there is one, and it's technically in shadow. So it's like, you just don't want to spend all of your effort where it's not relevant. Yes. And that then goes into, hold on, 70, 80, 90. Okay. Had to do some quick math. So and this is like very common. Most people will say this. Where I say that this is my personal, I guess, aesthetic is with things that are like, let's say, hyper realistic. This isn't the point of that kind of art, and that's fine, but it just isn't. Not to say that it's not a point in realism. Trying to think of a good realistic artist I could go show. Hmm. Like just like trying to look through my like Twitter. I'm like, whose art did I like? Oh, this will work. Yeah, this person. I believe their name is Betty Yang. Bettyjang. So they're like, their style is kind of like, I don't know, classic, you know? I'm just trying to find one of actually hair. It's gotta exist. Hold on. I'm gonna use this guy, I guess. I'm struggling. Maybe I'll pull up another one in a second. Give you guys at least something to look at. And it's got a dog. She did one of, I think Dracula, and that was super cool, but I'm trying to find it. She has pictures of herself that I think are really good examples too, so maybe we come back and look at those. Oh, you'll a Rembrandt? I think it is Rembrandt-esque. Are you doing a study of hair? Or sorry, a study style of hair or just in general? I think it's both. I think it's both, Charmy. That was hard for me because I feel like that's it. John Singer Sargent. That's a good one. I will pull that up. A Rembrandt. I feel like the hardest part sometimes when I try and like look up like artists like that is it's like I know them and I think I know their name, but I don't think I know how to spell. I don't think I know how to spell their name. I see his hair is also up. Most days. Okay, well my point still stands. We're just kind of talking about the detail, right? Could it still divide up the hair what looks like big, medium, small? You've been doing it though. They seem to be through shadows and color. Yes, well that's what I'm saying. So it's not like even if your shapes suck, right? That's something that I think just takes so much time to find and understand what makes good shapes. A big part of it, from what I've heard, is simplicity makes shapes. Like if you can tell what you're seeing and it helps like bring like visual clarity quicker, that's a good shape. If it causes confusion and lacks clarity, that's when it's a bad shape. And that's just something that takes time. But if you try and just have big, medium, and small shapes, I think that sets you up to do better in the future. Like, yeah, in here, you could say all of that is the big, right? This here, I'd say, is the small. And that's the medium shape. And then, again, as far as like detail concentration, the big shapes you typically want to be the area of rest, if that makes sense. He uses 120 detail, and I realize his hair isn't that great of an example as I thought. Oh, well, maybe it is. It could be, you know, but it's just this area. It's kind of blended out. There's not a lot of. You don't see every single strand of hair here, right? It's also technically like the more shadowed area of the face. Then you get all of this like detail and like you get the most varying amounts of contrast in the hair. You know, you actually have like the dark touching right beside the light. That's good for the small. And then medium is again kind of more diffused. You get a little bit of detail here and there, right? But for the most part, it's more than big, but it's less than small. For detail, you know? So that's my thought so far. Is illustrating it much better. So, and see that the hard part is trying to keep yourself from making it look like multiple strands of hair and making it look as a whole. Yes, I do think that's important, but I don't think we haven't even gotten into that yet. I think we're just talking. We're throwing bold statements around, right? We're just kind of trying to define what makes something visually appealing. Like, I'm trying. I'm just like looking up artists I typically like a lot. Media. And the thing with big, medium, small is you will hear that everywhere. You know, it's just everywhere. You apply it to not just the hair, you apply it to like a character's outfit, you know. There are points though when you might throw that out the window and be like, I don't care. I'm doing something different. But it is a good baseline. Like anything beyond the big, medium, small is just your own personal style, I think, probably. Man, I pulled up a guy and he typically does just draw like muscle dudes. This is Nesskin. Nessskain on Twitter. Posting this. Pretty sure it's safe for work. So, say in an example, we're again doing the thing where all of the shadow hair has a certain amount less detail in it, you know? He is on DeviantArt as well, yes. But like, look, they're using that as our area of rest because he also is doing a line art style. So there are lines up in the hair, right? But they're using the lighting to give you the detail concentration, like beyond just like, hold on, we'll break it down in parts, right? Because you gotta apply the big, medium, small to like all the different parts, I think. I think you would say these are some of the small shapes. Right? I think you could say that this is a medium shape here. That's small. And I think all of this is actually pretty big. We could say that that's another medium piece. It's a little big. And a little bit separate. But again, you have all of this as like the mass of the hair. Everything is kind of following a flow, and then you have a few offshoots to be the medium shapes, and then some offshoots to be the small shapes. Like these are little small pieces again to remind you like, oh, this character's human, you know, nobody's perfect, right? So having that show, I think, helps. Sorry. I like keep talking. And I'm like, wait, but you guys are saying a lot of interesting stuff. I think the individual hair strands, the things you do last. Yes. First you get through the rough, big, medium, small shapes first. I agree. Okay, this guy, yeah, this guy's, I love his art. He has definitely been like a big inspiration on me in deciding like what kind of art style do I actually want. You knew exactly what I was talking about with Muslim Boys? Yeah. Keanu Reeves is perfect? Maybe. That might be true. But, like... Hold on, let me pull it back up. I guess we aren't technically done with it. So that's just the shapes, right? That's the hair as a whole. And we haven't even gotten how to do that yet, like how to place the hair. But then again, you have the detail concentration. In this scenario, the shadow is where you lose detail. Or I guess there's less detail, really. But remember that shadow is like contrast. This artist is Neskin. Hold on, I gotta look it up. Did I close it? Oh my god. I don't know. Neskin. But again, just all of this. Just shadow, right? There are so many things I feel like you gotta think about when you're like designing a whole piece like this, because it's like trying to do some visual storytelling and trying to make it visually appealing. There's all these things you gotta think about. Well, and now you also are like, how do these shapes overlap with one another? But yeah, so then you would say that this is like, say big. Say this is like a medium. Maybe some of these like down here and stuff. Those would be like the small shadows. And again, the most concentrated detail would be in like the highlights. You get more in, I guess, the half tone, but most in highlight in this scenario. I feel like, is that at least clear? At least my thoughts on the distribution of detail concentration. We'll say like maybe apply it in shadow and light. Anyway, for sure. Well, I mean, if you guys also have questions, please let me know, because it's like, y'all, I'm just kind of like spitting my thoughts at y'all. So if it doesn't make sense, let me know. All right, this next step is the consistent tips. I think I made a boo-boo. I'm so hot today. Thank you. We're gonna start with tension point. This will actually explain how you actually place the hair for compelling, well done hair. Again, I think you can like toss it out the window and stop caring and do whatever you want. I think that's fine. Like, you can have a character who has like crazy spiky hair and it's like a graphical thing. You're like, that's just the character. But even this is following some logic. So that was my boo-boo. Hold on. I don't even know how to like throw it out. I'll say like, it starts doing things like that. No, because I feel like, I mean, I don't actually know much about Dragon Ball, but in this scenario, it's like this hair over here. If it looked like that, right? This would stop making sense. Where this actually still can make sense, because we're now just saying this is the tension point. All hair is radiating out from this point. Maybe not that one, but it might like that, right? That's how tension points work. We know what your homework is. So, all right. To figure out where you want to put your tension point, you have to know how you want to part your hair, which isn't always easy. You know, it's not easy in real life. You know, it's not necessarily easy on characters. However, with characters, you don't gotta worry about how much their hair weighs or if it's humid outside. You just gotta like, just make a decision. You gotta know your hairline. So just define that. Typically, like the eyebrows, right? There's usually like 4 to 5 fingers before you get up to the hairline. I think, and this can vary, right? This would be like a kind of a very mild widow's peak, right? Have an oval. Most common hair parts. That is easy. It'd be these spots. Any of those spots are going to be your common parting points, which could get you like, if it's a side part, you get like you do an Ariel thing, right? And everything now is coming out of the part. Right. So if you did a middle part, you can maybe get like a Wednesday Addams, like remember, like the hair is coming from the part. Do you go hair? Yes. How far did the parting go? Like all the way? So I think that depends. If the hair's up and like in the scenario where the hair is braided, it's gonna go all the way down the head because it's grabbed the hair into 2 parts, right? Right? Does that make sense? So if it was braided, it would pull the hair down into those 2 sections, and that part is gonna start pulling directly from that side, right? All the way down the back. If the hair's down and loose, unless they have it gelled, it's gonna probably stop a few inches. So like it might go to the top of the head, and at the point it gets to the top of the head, it all just starts radiating out from that spot. So it's like, erase some of this again. So it would probably go about to there. So if we have a character with like their hair just from the middle part radiating down into strokes. And see, even here, remember, we're thinking big, medium, small. You got a small shape kind of here to be maybe our medium shape. And then all of this, we're just going to say this tension point, this is where the hairline, or maybe instead of tension point, it could also be a tension line. Right? So from here, the hair could just come down. And you won't see it on the back half. Like, it's just going to come from that point versus the line going all the way down. Does that answer your question? Hey, RW. Of course. So, that's how you start by placing hair, is you got to know where your tension points are. / line, right? Which is also like, you gotta go before you get invested. Okay, Solo. Take care. Have a good day at work. You'll get that homework done, Profess. Alright, yeah. If anybody wants to, you join the Discord. You can post your work. Like if you also follow along. And I'll post, maybe I'll just post it now. It's not great, but it's the bust I drew. So let's see. Like, let me modify this a little bit more and then I'll post it. But yeah, join the Discord. You can post your art in the feedback section if you want, like, me or maybe other people to like help you and see if they are noticing anything that's not consistent, you know? But yeah, for point, maybe we'll say also it's the line and also hair part in the scenario that your hair is down. I think those are the first things you got to start with. Is start with the hairline and then get your tension point / hair part line, right? And then from there you move on. Go fast. Go quick post. And then I would say, I'll just make it easier. All right, there you go. There's our homework sheet. Save as. Just plop it on my desktop. And I'll post that on the Discord. It's gonna be in Stream Chat. Did I not do it? What the heck is it? Oh my god, where did I save it? Hello? I can actually say. Bear with me. In my dankness. Meeting time? Okay, hello. All right. So, just delete stuff. So, let's think. And maybe this is just me and how my brain works, but it's like these two are more of like design concept. I like not right so correlated. So no matter what you draw, what hairstyle it is, you still want to try and apply those design concepts to all of your work. You know, whether or not it's going to be like super anime or if it's hyper realistic, I think that you still are going to want to go back to these as like just principles. I mean, I'm pretty sure they're both principles of design. Hold on, like just merging layers. I want to separate these out from that a little bit. So those you have to apply always, regardless of style. This here, I'll say this, this, this. This. I would say all of these. What was I gonna say? You just have to do these things to just kind of create a hairstyle, right? So this is just for drawing hair, right? You need to know those. But then this, that. This is your style. That kind of makes sense. I mean, maybe you guys are like, oh my god. But you guys probably don't even know what consistent tips means. Hello. Nice to meet you. All right, so I might have to like expand this a little bit. But I think like how you choose to add texture to your character's hair, that's again long cutout. Or did my headset die? Hello? Headset? I think my headset just like decided it was done playing music for a second. You want to work in indie games. Nice. I assume by the art in your name that you want to work on the art aspect of that. You have trouble wrapping your head around productive pieces for a portfolio. I'm probably not the best person to ask for that, just because that's not really my my field of expertise. I've worked on, I guess, an indie game doing art for them as like a freelancer, but I also didn't have a portfolio. Hey, Pumpkin Unicorn. Good to see you. I hope your homework went well. But for portfolio pieces, I'd say, depending on what kind of job you're wanting to go get, make sure your portfolio shows those. If you want to do character design, don't show a bunch of pictures of trees, right? Nobody needs to see that you can draw a tree really well if you're supposed to be showing how to draw good characters. I just ended class. I'm gonna just digest feedback. Really? Do you think it went well? Or was there a lot of like hard but good feedback you got? What if you want to draw Groot? Then I would definitely show that. You know, show that in your portfolio. Just show, if you want to be like a jack of all trades, then look for jobs that shall tell that. Have different nice quality pictures and then pull them in and out. You don't want to have too many. Like probably only have like what, 20 at most in a portfolio, because you don't want to overwhelm people, and they're also probably only going to pay attention to like the first 5. But have pictures that tell what you're good at and what you're trying to apply for a job. Also, we're doing well, Gachi Ross. Hard but good for show. Generally is just small fixes and angles and stuff, and fine-tuning, rearranging elements to improve the storytelling. I see. I definitely think that that's something that, at least to me, like figuring out how to arrange your, like the elements in a picture for storytelling purposes, that's like, I don't know. Like, how are you even supposed to like really truly study that? Did they like tell you any good fixes for that? Other than like, I guess like watching movies and seeing how do they like put a scene together, and it's like, well, where's like the foreshadowing? Like, oh, because we like, that one's confusing. I mean, unless it's just all about composition and you have to like do all the weird like point to this thing and this thing points to that thing, right? Yeah, it's really a decision making based off of experiences. Really. It's never like a hard and fast rule. Yeah. Okay, interesting. Is it the same, are you attending like the same class that Kuya did a while back? I know Kuya like was taking like online classes, I think. You do the point to point, the piece will be very stiff. Yeah. But at the same time, they like to draw like in like the swirls, like this thing swirls into the sword or something, right? But Scott Fisher. I see. Oh, wait. Okay. Oh, you're back? Uh-oh. Yeah, for anybody who doesn't know, I'm sorry, there was probably just an ad. Thank you for sticking around if you did. It helps support me. Where am I gonna go? So after this class, you feel like you just gotta do your studies and really just buckle up. I feel that too, Pumpkin. I've been like, I think, oh my god, Charmy. Thank you for gifting a sub to Pumpkin Unicorn. I feel you though. I think like, I meant for this year to be like my study year, and then my arm like decided it didn't want to work anymore. But I feel that too. A little bit of the invigoration to just learn and buckle down on the fundamentals and this, that, and the other, right? Well, I think it's like early in the day for Charmy. Well, I guess it's like afternoon now. I made you sit through 9 ads, I know. Sorry. Think about it so much, but I'm just like, I hate studying. I just want to draw fun stuff. Well, and that's why I think it's important to make your studies you drawing fun stuff. Don't make your studies like boring. Like, what we're probably doing right now is a little boring. But say if you apply it to a painting of a character that you were going to paint anyway, what a better time to do a study, right? Right? That's how I would actually apply this for y'all. Like, if say we were working on this and I make the cutest freaking hair, maybe I toss it on one of my OCs and I'm like, look, I drew a picture of my character. Isn't she cute? It's a study. But it's also like a cute picture now. Is to help feed the cat. Oh, but then you would never draw? Really? Why wouldn't you? Two birds with one stone. Yeah, it's just how you gotta be smart, especially in like this day and age. If you're actually trying to do stuff on social media, there's a lot of pressure to produce high quality pictures. But man, you gotta create some poopy pictures if you want to make some good pictures. You need to. Whether you sit there and like polish the turd, you know, for like a week. You had to then take what could have just been left at a turd and like disregarded. You know what I'm saying? Like, you'll have to make those bad pictures in order to make good pictures. Even if you've learned from that bad picture, you've then made it a good picture. Well, you then didn't post anything for like however long that took. So, you know, maybe just make your studies fun and just post them. Turd render stream win. I think we'd get banned. I feel like studies also take you out of your comfort zone, but if you just are drawing shit that's fun, usually that shit that we are used to drawing. That's true. But if it's what you want to draw, then just do it. You know? If you want to like spice it up, have a character sitting by candlelight, and then you gotta like figure out, oh, what does candlelight look like when it reflects on hair? Does it shine through the hair? I like how we're doing a hair study and we're talking about shiny turds. Do everything you can to not be that artist who has nothing but unfinished projects. Or just, yeah, if it's unfinished and you don't care about it, it's okay. It's okay for it to not be finished. Or up to a certain level of render. I think that's a hard thing for me to get over. Because, like, I'll just pull it up. This picture. Finishes an elastic term. Yeah, it's like half the time, this isn't ever finished for me. If it looks just like that, I wouldn't call that finished. But, you know, I was like, well, I need to be done. And most of the general design stuff is good and fine. It's like, there's some, of course, we can get into what makes something look truly finished, but that's not what I'm talking about. But it's like, I just posted it. It's just out there now. It's done. Good. Free. Shines through my butt. Oh my. I'm the artist with 1,000. Yeah. Oh, in Procreate, really? Carpal tunnel man never finishes his lips. Yeah. But I don't know. I think it's just don't let yourself be pressured to post stuff beyond your current capability. Because you're only as good as you're going to be in that moment. So, you know, just be okay with that. And just keep trying to learn, I guess. Again, I think we're... I'm losing track. Hold on, we're back to hair. I'm gonna mark things off that we've actually talked about so I can like stop like losing my mind. We've talked about big, medium, small. We've talked about detail concentration. We've went into the tension point. Volume. We'll go into that next because I think you gotta know where your hairline and tension points are. And you also gotta know how much volume the character has to their hair. So I think I'm trying to think if this overlaps or not, but we just got a character. It has a hairline like that, right? When you got no hair? Wow. Rude. I need a little hat. Little witch hat. But we'll say we're gonna do a middle part, okay? So that's our tension point. And now we're gonna decide volume. So as a baseline, if you're ever drawing a character, I'm watching you, okay? I got my eye on you. If you do this, boo-boo, you messed up, okay? Let's say you got a beautiful face, right? They're so cute. Right, they got a little nose, little mouth, smile. They even got a chin. Right? I'm an artist, y'all. Right? They got a little forehead. If y'all just start drawing the hair on this, and you don't have any concept of what their cranium shape is, and you just toss hair over it, and then it's like, oh, where's their head? Like, if this is what they look like, that's not typically ideal, okay? So all I'm asking you is if you're gonna draw hair, or even a bald head, any hair, right? Give us a little cranium, okay? Maybe your cranium is messed up. It could be, but then at least make that clear. That's all I ask. Put the little beautiful face, slap it on a cranium, okay? And then have the hair actually be on a head. It could be flat. It could have no volume, straight down, right? But have the head space for them, you know? That's all I ask. If you don't do this, I'm on to you. And you should feel bad about it. Alright? Takes just one step, one circle. You don't even have to draw it in like one line, you know? You can draw it like in two, maybe even three. Slapping a cranium. Okay, right? So at least somebody type out cranium correctly. Cranium. Is that right? Cranium. So at a minimum, the volume your hair takes as, like, say, the back section of your character's head needs to at least be the cranium. At least. Okay? I'm gonna skip. I think we just did this. Cranium. Okay. So, again, this could be a base. We just have to have the shape of the cranium. as a start point. If your hair is also like this short and is not like cut to have any shape, your tension point is now the whole head, probably. You could maybe have like a middle hair part still and just have like the slightest little like uplift here. But for the most part, the hair is coming directly out of the head. It could go any direction at that point. Okay, but in a scenario, we want to have a character with like an Elsa style braid, right? You now want to add the volume the top of the head, right? So this is, again, right here. That's our tension point. So everything is kind of going to radiate from this point and these points around the hairline. So toss it up there, you know? It's all going up to that point, right? Kind of like a little pompadour. I guess in this scenario, it would be wrapping around the back. We might still do. So I think Halo posted a picture of it that kind of explained it. But the hair is radiating out of that point and going around. It's actually looping now back around the head. And you can get the braid. Right? If it's fluffier and bigger, it typically means that a person has like thicker hair. And or it could be curlier, maybe. And it's like, it's just taking up volume by having air, like fill up space, kind of. So hopefully that kind of explains volume. You could apply it in just like having a character's hair toss up at the front. It's just to have the lift. And see, again, these points are all raised now. And it could like flatten in the back. That could be the style you're going for. Right? But that's kind of volume. Does everybody understand? That one's an easy one. It's just make sure you give at least give yourself the cranium shape. And then beyond that, it's how much like volume / texture I guess their hair has. Oh, I'm hot. Hold on, I gotta go turn on a fan. But hopefully y'all don't hear it too bad. All right. So that is volume. I think at this point, hairstyles. Really? For hairstyles? Just look it up. Look up a hairstyle that jives with you. I think for like... we kind of talked about it a little bit, and maybe I'll just keep kind of diving into it, is once you get your hairline in there, you know that hair always has to come out of the hairline. That is... and... right? So hair has to always come out of those spots. So if we're having a character with like a high ponytail, right? This is now our new tension point. So all of this hair from the hairline, which wraps around the whole head, goes up to that point. Right? In this scenario, this character has like no volume. You could add volume to it by like tossing the hair up a little bit. We have like some flyaways. But then it has to it can't just like, I mean, it could. It could. It could just sprout out from like around the spot. But you'll lose some of the flow. If you do things like that, you're gonna get a character that looks a bit more disheveled, I guess. I think that's the right word. And that might be exactly what you're looking for. So that's, I mean, again, these are just kind of like baseline rules. You break them, it tells something different about the character, right? But we'll say that this hair comes out here. Now at this point, any hair that's gonna be like fallen, unless, I'll show you an example, but now all the hair is gonna come out of here. If we want it to be more voluptuous ponytail, like I think her name's like Jade from what? Mortal Kombat. Add a little ball and say that's now the tension point. I'm pretty sure Rake talks about this in like a YouTube video. But now all of the hair has to come from that point. So any line has to originate from that point. You might not have to visually show it, and you don't have to show all of the pieces going through it, but you want them all to point at least to that direction. You know? You could have it like that. You just want them all to look like they could have originated from that point. And I kind of think, like, that's really just principle of most hairstyles. Like, most hairstyles, it's gonna either be down or it's gonna go to some other tension point. I don't really know the best way of explaining a braid. Other than, for those who don't know, like, a basic braid. You have 3 parts of hair. I might get this wrong. But you overlap them. And then you switch which one goes where. So this one might go like, oh my god. Hold on. I might have to braid my hair real fast. Wait, what happens to that middle piece? Oh. Ah. So this one then goes over here. That one now takes up the middle. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Braids typically look like this. The simplistic form of that is just like this kind of chevron pattern. The hair goes from here. And it typically, this one is going into the back. This one's to the front. And this doesn't really swap back and forth unless like a person has like a messed up braid. Like it's not gonna suddenly be this side up in the front. It's always gonna be one direction. And for where you should be putting like the hair like strokes, they're gonna originate from, this is the hair, thick braid. This hair is coming from here, right? And here. And you'll just loop that all the way down. And even though it only shows 2 pieces, there's technically 3 pieces. I feel like that one got like super duper duper tangential and irrelevant. Pretty much just draw little heart shapes and you'll have braids. I think a lot of times what makes a good looking braid is having a few little flyaways. You know? You can loop them around, toss them about, however you want. But French braids, they're gonna kind of like do this pattern. Because they're actually like meeting on the back of the head in a braid. Until then it like stands on its own. You just noticed? Okay. I just felt like I feel like I'm rambling. Yeah. Your character's hair has like a little like pin back here. That's now the tension point. And there's still all this hair to come out. Again, from a hair part. So say we have the person's head. I'll just do it here. If their hair is like half up, like a Legolas type of style, the hair was actually parted here. And then it goes around to the other ear. So in this scenario, the hair is going to come out of the hairline, and it's also going to come out of this part here. So it's going to come down. And then the rest of this hair is all going to go the other tension point. And that hair will come out of there, right? Again, you know, make it actually cute and stuff, but that is, I think, the principle of it. Welcome back, Halo. How do you do? I'm doing all right. How are you doing? So, I think with texture comes like everyone's natural and different hair textures. So you might have like, what is it? I think it's like 4C style hair. So like super duper 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 curly, you know? Where the hair is actually like little tiny coils all the way through. That is technically a hair texture. And each type of hair texture will have a different volume. Which is, I would say, it typically means like, you know when your hair is like wet? That's more like when somebody has like super duper thick, dense hair. Without any wave to it, it's just gonna want to lay flat and down. If somebody has a bit more, I guess it's called body, right? I feel like body is the same thing as like volume in this scenario. And that might be like a character who has, and see, you might get to a point where you're not even like really thinking about where your hairline is. You're just like, oh, I want to have like a nice little part here. Wish I had. Oh, mine's too heavy. It just doesn't want to cooperate and like be fluffy or anything. Great. See, again, we could have a little hair clip here, and now all the hair that goes into it is going to have to come back out. A little hair clip, and it originates from that point. And then all this hair It's just everywhere else. I think that might be it. Probably pumpkin. But like different types of hair, like textures, I feel like you could get like super wispy, fine hair. You could have super curly, dense hair. You could have super curly, light, I guess, thin hair. And those are all gonna correlate to some different type of hair texture. It's kind of hard to describe that. But I think I might draw out a few more examples to explain this. Because I think the way they work with light changes now, depending on the hair texture. Hold on. Let's do a quick break. I need to grab myself another drink. Okay? I'm out. I'll be so fast, okay? I'll be right back. I'm gonna leave it on this screen, okay? All right, I'm sorry. I wasn't that quick. But I got a Mountain Dew. Hope it's good. The Major Melon. I was sold by its cool packaging. Dribbling my brain with a basketball. It's just kind of what I was vibing with, I guess, today. I might switch it a little bit. It's going to be in the still same vein, but are chilling at the tree for this long. Your cats would never, really. They are lazy bums. They were also well lit earlier, but hold on. I'm gonna try and crawl over there and not make y'all see my hand. Crawl on the ground. Wait, see. Oh, Just like, what you doing? No, not typically. They've not done it before, so hopefully they don't start. Okay. So. I don't know if we're gonna go into the texture part yet. But. No, it's coming. Okay? Aww. Alice might mess with it. Okay, so we're gonna do consistent tips. So this is again, all right, we've talked about style. So consistent tips is definitely a little bit convoluted. And it's more so relevant in people who might have a more anime style, I'd say. You could still have like almost the outline of it in a realistic style, but it's now going to be a stylized realism versus just like true realism. I think I'm just trying to articulate my thoughts, Halo, because I feel like I wasn't sure even how I want to study this. You know, just spend the hour and a half trying to express what... Because I'll say for sure, things I don't have in my style that I need to work on is these things here. And then these are really what I need to study in my own art. Because I think, like, I kind of got tension points. I got volume. I'll figure out how to draw a hairstyle. No biggie. Like, I don't see a hairstyle and I'm just like, oh, I can't draw that. You know? For the most part, those are all okay. Really, my hardest one is consistent tips. Let's see. I'm trying to think of a hairstyle to like kind of depict it. I'll have a character thing. Oh, see, right there. That little tip. That's what I'm talking about with like having a consistent style of hair tips. So if I then was like, or let's see. How does this make sense? Something like that, where it's like, if it doesn't have the same essence in the hair tips all throughout the hair, I think that that is less visually appealing. Also, I gave her like hella long bangs. So it's just finding a good hair tip. Subtitle was just you gonna be giving a bunch of tips. Oh, with the hair study? I'm thinking I might draw Rex and I might put her hair up in different styles because I mean, these are obvious examples or this logic makes sense. If your hair is cut like this, right? You have like long front parts, and then it's like short throughout the rest of it. This is actually what Rex's hair cut is like, right? Like, it used to be a little shorter everywhere, but this is her haircut. Her default hairstyle is she pulls up the top of it, and it goes in a little bun here. And then has a few little loose pieces. This hair still lays down. And then everything else kind of radiates from that hair part. Right? So that's typically like her default hairstyle. Anything beyond that is like just however I decide to style it in the moment. Like you time when you did the double bun. That was so cute. Yeah. Hey, Mooney. So I would just say if your character, like MB does it a lot. He redoes like his character's Jack's hair all the time. But it again doesn't really, unless she gets a haircut, it's gonna be the same type of hair, just in a different ponytail. You know, it's gonna maintain all of the properties it had before, unless she got a perm. But yeah, the consistent tips, I think I overthink it, but like, man, some people, like, when they finish their hair tip, it like curls up and around and is like so soft and cute. And they do that on the entire hair. And I've been trying to do that a little bit on like my on like Ramona and on Rhonda, kind of. Just because they have a curlier hair base. But see, it might twist which direction it goes. But say if this is how we've done the hair now, and we just have like, it'd be like, here, we can even swirl it. It feels a little bit disconnected to have like the straight hairs next to it. It should have a little bit of a twirl, even if it's going to be a shorter hair. That's kind of what I'm thinking, right? Your follower is your cat's. It is based on a cat, the one that's like, well, my hat. But yeah, that's hair tip, or consistent hair tip. And I think that's where like style is found. That's where you find somebody's like art style. Yeah, consistent hair tips. Like, just like, if you want it to be super blunt, some people do it, man, and I don't know how they do it. I think blunt haircuts are really hard for me. Because they manage to get in the different types of like hair tips. And you gotta remember the points. Because see, it's like different hairstyles may end in a different type of hair tip. I was almost drawing your VTuber. Alright. So I think texture and lighting and color variation are going to really apply more and not just with line bases. Like you're going to have to start coloring. Or line it and then color it and do flats. Sup, hey, how long can this username be? Who got 2 thumbs and got his tickets for Lightbox Expo? This guy. Nice! Oh man, that's pretty awesome. When is it? That one's so cute. Wow. Oh, I see. That makes sense. I think I remember hearing that. Okay. I'm going to I'm gonna pull up a picture of Rex and then we're gonna make her bald. Okay? So 1 second. A moment. Like, when was the last time I drew like a certain type of picture, right? This one should do. With the flat hair. I've drawn her like that, but there was a big peepee in a picture. Are you talking about when I painted it a while back? Peepee. Peepee. Big peepee win? There was no peepee? Was it the painting one then on Twitch? Gold or not? Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, there was that, but I don't know if that was like a really, you know, a super consistent style for me. So that's why I'll do this one. I gotta pick. Oh, all this. Yeah, my face. Okay. Hieronymus 7, thank you so much for subscribing. Also, Mooney, thank you for subscribing with your Prime. Hypopoo gulp. Hypopoo gulp. Someone else had a pee-pee. I think it's like in the depths of the high-res art in the Discord. Alright, gotta make her bald real fast. Oh, you go look for science? It's glowing, if that helps. Almost bald. Make your ears bald too? Yeah. No. I mean, she kind of looks cute. Definitely looks silly. Could you imagine, like, baby kimono mimis and how fucked up they might look? It was a little bit harder than I thought it would have been to just, like, have a bald Rex, but... You're pretty. A little shine? Okay. I love this song. It's so cute. Okay. But with this, we now have a template and a hairline to practice on. Hey, Dork. A lonesome soldier. I haven't even sipped this Mountain Dew yet. Hmm. All right. I kind of like it. Kind of weird. All right. So we're following our newfound technique and understanding, which I've not always had until this exact day. We should define her hairline a little bit. So I think also this is something that is kind of, I guess, a norm, is typically having a I think a higher hairline is a more feminine trait. Like, visually at least. A cat girl. Oh, I think I remember that one. Is she wearing like latex or something? Okay. That's our hairline. I think that's true. Maybe not. No. Ordy, you might be right. You might be right. I think it's because recession. Hair recession is more of a masculine thing. So like if it's going way up there. You're right, you're right. So if it's like up here, that's gonna make her have a bit more of a masculine vibe. I think that's right. Yeah. The wispy. You're right, you're right. 100%. So. Okay. Um. I guess I'll try. I kind of feel like I should have just drawn a new picture of Rex. Here. Y'all, help me pick a hairstyle I should try and draw her with. Double fishtail braid. I don't even know what that is, Halo. I could give her 2 braids, maybe. Is it like the super, like, herringbone style braids? Or it's like that? Then a squarish one? Yeah. Give her a pixie cut. Oh my god, Halo. Embarrassing. Embarrassing! Ew. I mean, we could do a pixie cut too. I'm trying to remember though what's different about like a fish tail. I've always heard it as herringbone. I think versus like just a normal like French braid. It's bad for your scalp. You can do it or try to. So the hair is gonna have the part that's going all the way down on the side, and we're gonna start the braid here. So it's really just gonna be doing this. For the most part, right? Actually, I think maybe this is also a part important. Braids is like maybe the braid now has to have its own middle line. So we're bringing all the points to this spot. I like this song a lot. Like Hey Trink. Thank you, Halo. I hope you're doing well. I mean, I think that would be the template for this, right? And then really, I guess the inclination of the braid at the top. Oh. It's definitely like a look for Rex. Thing is, she just wouldn't have that much hair, so I guess it would like probably. It'd probably just have to be super short. Maybe if I ever have like Ramona get fancy. Kind of cute. But as far as homework, I think it would be practicing the principles we talked about earlier. Take one of your characters with a specific hairstyle, and then maybe put it in different hairstyles. I mean, that's pretty cute. I think if I wanted to like actually render this out, our shadow is over there. But not much big, medium, small. No, not in this one. That's why I'm trying to like think, how would we actually... This one, I think it'd have to be more depicted within like the highlights. Well, actually, we could maybe say That could be our big. Right? Medium. Small. Was it the classics, Pixie? I've just been, that's just been the mood today. That's what I was wanting. There's a lot of detail you can still group when breaking down the shape, right? Well, I guess it's more so if there's a lot of detail, you could probably break it down by your detail distribution. That would be what I like, at least what my instinct is telling me. Then again, just throwing your little fly something. I might try a different one. The kitties. Let's see. I think you can see I was really trying to focus on like the consistent hair tips. This one. And then also like this point on the forehead being my my like starting point, I guess. My tension point is on and also that spot. So all the hairs are radiating from either there or going into the and then radiating out of that. All right, let's try something different. Let's see. Maybe we assume that she could have gotten a haircut and grown her hair out. I can imagine. I think it's called like a butterfly cut or something. That's our origin point again. Maybe not right now, but if you're in the Discord, you can always post it there. I'm trying to think. I feel like I kind of answered maybe Ricochet's question, kind of about like your brain tries to draw too many parallel lines and ends up looking stiff. I hope realizing that your hair visually should look like it's originating from either the hairline or any other tension point, which would be like the part. So have it wisp at least from that point. Like I probably should have made a new picture for this instead. Oh, Rex looks so cute. Oh my god. Let's try and add in a little bit of shading. Feel older and more mature. So I also think kind of like with big, medium, small, it is something you also apply to like the sections. So it's like as a whole, you kind of want the big, medium, small, and then you also want it to work in smaller scenarios. Like you use it to like work down or work up. It looks like she should be wearing a sundress. Yeah. Definitely has more of like a hippie vibe. Art in your stylization. Thank you so much. Have you done this with your book fun? I haven't never done it before. I mean, that's pretty cute. I I do think I want to try and rough out a quick picture of Rex and actually do this study. Maybe I'll just use this as a base, though, and we're just gonna, like, paint over it. Okay? So it'll be a little more painterly. Slap that on right here. Down a little bit. BRB? Okay. Cut her face off. Are you doing today? What do you mean? Like, what kind of hairstyles? I don't know. We've definitely sketched out a bunch, and I've kind of impressed myself. Do a little bit of painting, I guess. Don't mind if I do. Nice! It's tricky for my art. Sometimes more detailed designs into the hierarchy helps. Full attention to the right places other times. Less detail demands more attention. Yes. Attention based on all sorts of design considerations. So much to learn. There really is. And that's kind of why, like, I think at a minimum, big, medium, small, I think will take people a long way if they don't already have, like, a super duper solid understanding of, I guess, different design principles, right? But there's just so much that you could think about. Kind of weird having Rex have, like, a human ear. I've actually thought about doing this, though, for a little while, of, like, giving them a humanoid version of themselves. I'm gonna change it. I will say this vibe of music was not initially what I was anticipating. I was thinking more like something else. They'll do an Earth Angel. Give her a bit redder lips. I know, Rex with human ears? What the heck? Thought Pixie was a furry. Most people probably have no idea what I was talking about. I feel like half the time when anybody sees my characters with like animal ears, they're like, "Are you a furry?" I'm like, "I guess. I don't know. Probably not." Hey, Lek. Are you not doing too hot right now? Oh, really? For your hands, though? A robosexual? Yes. Okay. It's been bad since 2020 when I had an accident. I'm trying to get back, getting x-rays, etc. Yikes. Oh, weird. Uh-oh. Slap these bad boys back on her. New keyboard. Wow. Don't make your mistakes. Was it an issue like your keyboard's broken? Or are you just typing too quickly? A Fallout, right? I like it too. Oh, this song. Oh, I see. Oh, thank you so much. I like your name too. Okay. We've talked a lot about like actually explaining stuff at the beginning, but I haven't. Kind of hanging out now. Thank you. Here's another pic of it. Still working on it, but that's where I got it last night. It's gonna take a bit to get used to. Yeah. Why don't we have Rex look at us instead? She's being a bit of like bit of a bitch looking away at us. Alright! I finally got like a kind of a template to like paint on. Taken probably longer than it should have. It's fine. It's fine. Blend stuff out a little bit, make it look a little bit more painful. Right? So kawaii. So cute. Alright. Now what kind of hairstyle? Maybe. Okay, here's a actual thing that I don't think I've like depicted much. So Rex actually has curly hair. Secret. But not really. She just straightens it. But her mom had, well, I guess it's not curly, it's wavy. So I could draw her maybe with like a style of her hair but wavy instead. What? What do you mean? It's more, well, I said curly and then I meant to say more wavy. This song almost makes me think of like music that would play at like Hobby Lobby. Not like the song, but just that part. And you can kind of see, this is a little all over the place. She has a side part, it's just on the other side. Yeah, they're a little bit curlier. Like your hair. That's kind of a decent base for me. Probably have her. Definitely does age Rex to have her hair like this. So right now, um, right now, I don't feel like I've done a really good job showing Big Me. And maybe that's adding to why I don't think this looks that great. Oh, like this? I don't think Rex would go out like this. This maybe be like if somebody like threw poop water at her and she had to go take a shower real fast and didn't have like any of her hairstyling products. This is kind of probably what she'd look like. It's kind of like push back. You have a hard time imagining that? What do you mean? you get if you don't shampoo. Take a shower. Rhonda would Def do that to her? No, I don't know if she would, but she'd probably like be laughing or like quietly smirking while she handed Rex a towel. Hi, Liz. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. How y'all doing? Hungry. Oh, I see. Are you gonna go grab some dinner? You know, Rex isn't easy because her hair's white, and I feel like drawing white hair is never easy. Yeah, we'd love to see it. We're just working on like hair studies right now. All right. You know, maybe we do try and say, I'll take this as a base, and I'm gonna say, we're gonna do if it was actually like styled, maybe. So it's gonna have like a consistent wave. That way we can actually like render it a bit better. Because that was kind of a disheveled hairstyle. Well, let's see what Liz was working on. Oh, wow. Oh my goodness, they're so cute. Is this like a mushroom fairy character? Oh, with their ears? Thank you. Y'all see this? I'm always like just astounded by like how well you're able to have characters like emote, you know? This is looking beautiful in the sheer top. He's a deep gnome. Oh, I see. Oh, they're so cute. And yes, this is a commission, or is this your OC? Look at that texture on the mushroom. I love this. Oh, I see. Oh, I can't wait to see it finished. But yeah, today we haven't really been doing too much. We've just been working on trying to do like hair studies, really. We're discussing like, I guess just like stylistic decisions. Where did all of my like fighting lines? There we go. Thank you. Have a good one. Also, hi Bix. Hello. And enjoy your meal. Thanks again. Alright, you know, she's in a blue background, alright? It's out in the sky. We've been chilling with the super chill jams today. Kinda weird. Alright. This is, I think, a decent tip. Is a lot of times white hair, when it's in shadow, it's gonna take on like almost the environment's shadow color. Or the ambient light color, I think, is more so accurate. So I think it'd be a bit blue. Kind of need to show you guys a different hair. Bangs. It's kind of funny how much like how derpy some haircuts can look unless you like kind of gussy it up a little bit. Like this is like the lady from The Incredibles. Edna. It sounds chibi. Hmm. No, I actually haven't. Did they just come out recently? Great. So I think for this to feel a little more lively. Okay. The whole reason I was trying to draw her with like black hair was so I could explain this. So, an ambient light, right? I guess it's not ambient, but outside, right? You got the blue sky. You're gonna get this on the top of the head. A little bit of blue. That just happens. I think it's just because we're doing like a pretty chill study stream. But it's actually not towards this because this part's not like facing the top. Here's another thing that I like doing, and it's kind of more, I think, of anime-esque like interpretation almost. I like to make the hair around the character's face have a little bit of their skin tone in it, like that. I feel like that gives them a it gives it a softer look, I think. And that's kind of what I was saying in the color variation part. This is stuff I think you start deciding at this point. Yeah, it's good. Also, that would be awesome, like, some point, right? Have it be like that there too. Shadow. But yeah, it's kind of blue on top, and then we haven't even done highlight. Hold on. So this is something that's prominent in, I guess, anime, but it's not realistic. But doing, I guess, the full loop around the character's hair with light. Just because that would require them to be in a light that did that. Instead, it's actually just going to be like really here is where the concentration of the highlight's going to. Again, that's like one of those things where people who want to like push for think different looks decide what they want to do. I think if you put a little darkness right beside the highlight, it's an interesting look. When you zoom out, it reads as like super duper shiny hair. I don't know if it's super realistic looking hair, but it's definitely shiny. You like to make your highlights a contrasting color, natural hair color. Something I've been trying to play around with, but I don't know what I'm doing. I think it could be a lot of things. Like a lot of times, say for like this picture here I'm doing, I don't have a specific lighting scenario in mind. So I could do something maybe like visually interesting. And like maybe the highlight is like hot pink. I would say if you do that, maybe explore yourself, find what you like. I think that might look better if it was a lighter color encapsulated by a contrast. But see, I'm not sure if that works. I don't think I answered your question, but coffee time. I think base it on whatever light color you're going with. So like if your light was a hot, like pink, I think that would work. And it could be very good looking. But then you got to think about like your environment too, you know, and what that might do to it. Hey, DT Scribe. All right, y'all. I'm feeling the call in to switch up our vibe. Good. Yeah. Oh, on that song? Like changed it immediately. Like, I don't know, intense music. Here, let me show you guys specifically, I think, what I'm going for in my art. Let's see if I can find them. Oh, yeah, let me show you guys some stuff, like some art that I really like. Why didn't I pull these people up earlier? Dang it. As far as like good examples for hair. Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna try and pull it into like a separate tab so we can just like actually pull it up. They're all on DeviantArt, so that's made it kind of convenient. Sorry. All right, this is specifically for me what I want my hair that I draw to look more like. Get up and over it. So you can see it's got very like subtle like subtle gradations in the color for, I feel like, describing the angle that the hair is at versus the light, where like say this part is at the light. And then it has like deep but minimum shadow. That's something I really like. This is an artist that I like saw and I was just like really inspired by how, again, how they did their hair tips. Like, look how interesting each, like, they have different styles of it going on too. Like, this is like a bangs. They got bangs or something. So you got like hard edges here, but then they have like this curly and wispy, like fluffy type of, no, I don't know if it's fluffy, but it's definitely like got a wave to it for sure. And then the color was just like, you know, really awesome. I believe this artist, it goes by C-N-E or C-N-E-R-I-S. I think that's her name. Not, it also could be Sleepy. That's more your thing. Yeah, I like this a lot too, but I think it's because I like the vibrant colors of it, and I like the pockets of like contrast right beside the highlights and on the shadow. Like you get that little like band almost of a darkened color. Yeah, like a fish fin. Yeah, isn't it cool? It's so cool. But again, you start with the little point of origin, you know? Just get some good shapes in there. But yeah, this one. I think I just really appreciated how like just how the hair definitely has a heft to it in this picture. This is their name is AVANN capital TH on DeviantArt. You know this person? That's their tag. But yeah, it's super cool. Oh yeah, I like this one a lot too. I really just like the again, how they do their hair tips and how they add in the fluffy hairs, you know? And you get there's like the gradient in this too, so around like the face framing part, they have like a bit of a lighter color. In the version where the hair's down, they have a lighter color towards the top, and it gradients to a bit darker towards the bottom. This is also one of their pictures. I think it's them, yeah. Like, there's a lot of like just like style in this, like with the single wispy bits of hair, but it allows it to just feel so fluffy and good. And consistent, which I think is like, for me, ends up being the most important part. Oh yeah, this is that, I think their name's Rebel MXV on DeviantArt. But it's like, well, first off, they're great at rendering like cloth, but it's just like just the hair is so almost simplistic. It's definitely a bright light type of lighting scenario on it, but it just looks really good. Other art. Oh, and then this one I also thought was very interesting. It's definitely a bit more, I guess, I want to say chaotic, but it's just like there's a lot more of like everything slant, kind of like switching back and forth from side to side to give it like a bit more of a curly depth, maybe. Yeah, these are just some of the people on DeviantArt that I follow. And I think I probably liked their art specifically because of how good the hair looks. Oh, and then there's this Yennefer picture that is also just like, y'all see that? You see how good that hair looks? And see how they kind of use like the darker, like on dark hair especially, you kind of use like darker areas to accentuate the highlights. Like you don't just paint the whole hair black. You actually use a bit more of like a lighter value. And then you use the black or the darker colors to kind of accentuate the highlights. Other artists for advice on approaching something you like about their style? I haven't, but I don't see why you couldn't. I think it's more just something I just analyze and look at and then look at in my own art. But yeah, I really love this one. Like, this one is definitely some goals. And you can see again how they end all the tips of their hair. It's very consistent. This artist is, let's zoom in on there. Ithilnaur. Yeah, it's really good. Look at my sad Rex. You could like. But I think also like how you decide to approach it. Like if you're gonna approach it by painting, then I feel like that changes things a little bit versus when you're doing it with lines. That I don't even think that that's a great like line distinction there. Hmm. I don't know. I don't know what kind I want to draw. So I'm kind of like practicing painting here, but it's like I feel like that's less important. Maybe I'll go pull up an old picture. and like imagine what I would do differently now. Um, yeah, but I don't know if that's so much of an actual hair issue and more so just like trying to find visually appealing shapes. You know? Like this is, I think, a decent example. But I'm gonna go down to, so if you're like trying to actually go for like a kind of realistic look, go get a hairbrush. Really. I think these are Bitake's brushes. Pretty sure she has the hairy hairbrushes. But it's like honestly just like kind of I think it's just like adding more information if you want the realism. See, like that actually already looks better. Yeah, this brush, it just adds like hair strokes kind of. You love this portrait still? Thank you. I think I kind of just wish I knew how to do hair better when I did this. Like that's not quite working right. Oh, there. See? It also would have had this be. I think I would have had this part all be a bit lighter and more like influenced by her skin tone. It's hard. we would add more of the detail and on the areas that are kind of like peeking more out of the shadow. In some ways, I think it may be better. We'd also get like some of the stone bouncing back up off the. I don't know if I want Post Malone. Maybe I'll just try and draw a picture of Rex. I think though when I paint, that's I think more how I like to um just block in the shapes versus drawing it all in. What is this new generation Rickroll? Young Gravy. He's like become like TikTok famous now though. know. I'm feeling maybe a little demotivated with this. Trying to think like what's actually applicable to me is like lines, I guess, more than painting is. Maybe we'll just try and render this hair. So again, you gotta try and make it something you actually care about. And I think at the moment I'm like, I don't know. I'm like trying to think of what would I actually want with that Rex portrait. Maybe I go back. Hold on. Maybe we just don't make her just quite so bland. I think I'm also like running out of time, which is maybe what's also causing me to like feel this way. Also, thank you, Mooney. I'm also not jamming with any of my tunes right now. Ah. Yeah, Jim's approaching. I've been tired. Not yet. Maybe one day. Is it changed out for Halloween? Nice. It's a lot. Oh, only 4 people use it. Oh. Well, you know, at some point I will make those emotes that I need to make, right? And then we can make like several different versions for Halloween and Christmas and stuff and swap them in. I don't know if I'm dressing up. I don't really have any specific plans for Halloween. You hand out candy? There's no like trick-or-treaters. Kinda sad. Hey, Squeegee. I don't know what happened with, like, these, like, more recent generations, but it's like, does nobody like Halloween anymore? Like, what the hell? It is so sad. These people, you're wrong. Yeah, no, I feel that too. I have a metal concert this Sunday. That'll be fun. I'll go like nice and goth, I guess. I guess goth isn't really metal. But maybe I'll do like pigtails or something. That'll be fun. Meshuggah. You guys want to hear some? You want to actually feel like your brain's being dribbled right now, Hayla? The song is called Future Breed Machine. No, I will not be moshing. We actually have like seats, but I've been told that the mosh is like a crazy workout. It's a lot. I get to go see them. I think it's Sunday. Also, how are you doing, Pair Force One? An excuse to punch someone. I think from what I've heard now about moshes is it's like people who want to throw punches typically get tossed. You were listening to the song yesterday? So I didn't really know much about Meshuggah until like this year, and some of my buddies, they really liked metal. Where I like metal adjacent, I think. But this is probably my favorite one so far. What, of their album? I don't know if I still really like, I guess, what's more like screamy rally lyrics, because I'm a very like lyric person. But that's not also the point, I guess, of Meshuggah. Sippy sippy. Oh, I'm like out of both my drinks. Only one that jams that fast. You guys don't just understand me. I think I asked one of my buddies, and I think, I don't know, if I like look up the lyrics, I can eventually pick out lyrics. The vocals just become another noise instrument. That's kind of what I've learned. Hyper headbanging. I will say there's a possibility that I like that song because it reminds me of like the "Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared" alarm clock guy, where he's like when he gets really angry. Oh, does it have some slots? Here, I think like this is more the style I think I guess my mom had shown to me when I was like little, but is this a tutorial for DeviantArt? No, we were just kind of like discussing maybe like hair ideas. And now I'm just actually trying to apply it. Halo. But see, this one's at least a little bit more like, I guess, there's a melody. Really? But this. I think my buddy who has like, I don't know, the loudest car ever. That's not true. It's not ever, but it's definitely a loud car. He was being a pal, and I had to like drive home late, and I needed to like stop at a gas station, so he went with me. But he was like, "Wow, you were actually driving pretty fast," and I was like, "Oh, was I?" I was like, "I was listening to like Meshuggah on the way over here." He's like, "Ah, that makes sense." He's like, "I actually had to press the gas pedal." I'm like, "Oh no." Ah, you. Ah. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of funny that this wouldn't be your drive fast music, but I could see, I see the appeal of it. Hold on, we'll do. Uh, this played earlier, but like, man, this feels like a drive fast song. I'm gonna have like her long hair loop up and over the top of her. But those weren't it. Oh, like would hold on, I kind of want to swap over to it. To me, this song, I mean, it helps that like in the music video, there's like the girl riding a horse, but it also has like a horse beat. Wow, that like cut at the beginning in a weird way. But again, this has more like electronic sounds to it. But when I was little, I didn't really like that other type of metal. This was like the only real metal I liked. Hmm. What's this? Wait, are you trying to tell me that you think this is metal, Halo? Or is this just a jam? So it's more like, what? Linkin Park-esque? Oh. I mean, I like this. POD. What does that mean? Kitty is the name of the band. Mmm. Okay, I kind of like this. It's like the kind of glitter, like, I don't know, little band-aids on your face type of look. I definitely think I've heard this song. I think, to me, I think I consider this like, I guess like what is alt rock? Oh yeah, and I can remember the chorus now of this. Yeah, I remember this. Your dad probably knows the song. Yeah, kind of. Well, yeah. I have young parents though. Like my stepdad, I think he's like 15 years older than I am. In the right arm at the concert. I don't think I should have. Like I said, we're like in seated chairs, so I think I should be good. For 5 minutes and Rex is crying. Chat, what did you do? It's like, I don't know what you call this like look. It's kind of like a little bit grungy. It's definitely got some like Andy raver vibe, and then it's like a little bit sad. I think this is like a fusion text vibe, more of music. The song's so good. I guess I still like it. Old man music? Yeah. You have a meme? You got made fun of? Wow. You watched the best Geico ad? Really? Thank you for watching it. Guys in their early 20s, they will call us. He's like old. Probably in stream chat. Okay. Here I was just called an old man. I think the thing about a lot of like music like this, it kind of gives me like, I don't know, feels bad, man. I feel sad, man. It's like a bit doomer for me. You really suck at hair? What about hair? Because at least in the VOD now, there should be some hopefully helpful tips. But maybe I could still explain stuff if needed. Yeah, you feel like the doomer vibe? Sugar, baby. That's so funny. Milady. Milady, you my butterfly. That's so funny. Uh. Oh, I see. It's not easy. Alright, what do I want now? This one's like a vibe, but it's obviously nothing like what we just heard. But this is like, for me, I feel like baby pixie music. Hey, Scott. Alright, Scott. Have fun. Hey, Misty. How's it going? much time at work. Oh, really? Oh, it was Mercy. All right. I should karaoke. Ugh. I did karaoke a while back, and I don't think it was pretty. I was so drunk. But my friend who did it with me was even more drunk, which was pretty great. It wasn't that last song. It was we sang. I think we sang Barbie Girl, and we sang. No. Maybe we sang My Humps. That's right. The only way to do it. Yeah. It was pretty funny though. Is that like one of our friends' parents' like 60th birthday that they invited us to? It's funny. Look who it is. Hey, Nose. How's it going? Nice. I'm doing all right. We were doing a study today on like hair. I don't think I'm showing it very well in my pictures. I'm going for more of a disheveled look, and we kind of were saying how that uh makes it look a little different. Pale and bald. Whoa. I mean, you might not be wrong, but I know, right? All right, y'all. I actually need to go. Oh, why so much Doomer music? This is less Doomer. But yes, I must leave as it is a back day, which means I gotta work on my butt. All right. Joji outro. Okay, we can do it. Let's Yukon. But it's a study stream. Oh, crap. God damn it, my tablet unplugged itself. Well, perfect timing then. There it is, kind of. Well, let's try and see if we can put Photoshop back. Thank you. Yes, perfect timing. If you guys have any like follow-up questions or you want feedback maybe on your pictures, feel free to post it in the Discord. I'll probably take a look at it today or tonight. Yeah, y'all have a good one. Enjoy the rest of your Wednesday. I'm gonna try and probably stream tomorrow, but if you don't see me tomorrow, you'll see me on Friday. That's like probably more accurate, right? Also, I can hear it. Roomba's trying to come in here, knock all my stuff over. Yeah, thank you guys again for hanging out with me and listening to me ramble incoherently. I tried to make as much sense I think as I could. I feel like as a recap, design concepts, try and think of big, medium, small, and try and apply those to your detail concentration and your shape language. Okay. Consistent tips. That's more of a style thing. Volume and texture, more of an individual like person's like hair. Oh my god, type in. I feel like tension points, that's pretty critical for starting your hair and where to place it. Color variation, hairstyle, those are also just completely up to you. I personally like a little bit of like face, I don't know, picking the skin tone a little bit around the framing of the face. It's some blue for the sky if they're outside, you know, all that stuff. Maybe have the inside hair, like if their hair is straightened down, maybe have the inside hair a little bit reflecting like their skin tone. Just ideas, things, thoughts. All right. That's it. Those are like my key points, I guess. I feel like the tension point is probably the most important. I feel like if you can do that, even if the hair, like say you don't have great, big, medium, small, it doesn't matter quite as much, you know? All right. I'm gonna send y'all off to go chill with Bukake. All right. Thank you guys again. Have a good day. And, you know, hopefully I see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye, you guys. Take care. Have fun. Enjoy. I think Bukake is working on her Inktober. All right. Bye, you guys. I can see the cats. They're like, "What are you doing? Are we getting food, or is it dinner time?" All right.